Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Morning, Simon. Nice to see you again. So we're back at Gatwick, our spiritual home. I don't know why. I always feel like I'm pulled towards Gatwick. I don't know why that is. I kind of like it here. It's a bit weird considering it's not my home airport, and I think I've only flown out of it once in real life. It doesn't really hold a special place in my heart for any reason. I just, yeah, it's kind of like the airport. I'm not sure why. That's okay. So we're going a little bit further than we normally do today. I'm trying something a little bit different. It's a funny one. I obviously got longer to stream today and potentially tomorrow, but it's not as long as you would think. I mean, I've got like a hard out. Like I can't overrun, so I need to be careful. I need to be careful of where I go, because obviously I don't want to have to end the stream mid-cruise, because that would be a shame. And yeah, part of me was like, oh, I can maybe like fly to JFK, or I can, you know, do long haul, but actually you kind of can't. Not with the time that we have. Especially when you spend like 3/4 of an hour on the ground getting ready, then you get gone, and then let's say we have a go around, or then we want to introduce VATSIM and we get put into a load of holds, or we take ages to get gone because we start at somewhere like Gatwick where there can be queues. So I kind of feel like maybe 3 to 4 hours is our maximum flight time, really, and 4 would be pushing it maybe. So we're going to try it today, see how it goes. Should be about 3 hours down to Athens, LGAV. Potentially more if your pilot here makes a mistake or two on the approach and we need to do it again. It wouldn't be the first time. So we'll see how we go. A little part of me is thinking maybe tomorrow we can fly the same route but in reverse, fly it home. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Morning, Sofa Pilot. We'll see what happens. The advantage maybe of doing that is if we decide to... I'm going to turn the game volume down. Those catering guys are being very noisy. The advantage of perhaps starting somewhere far away like Greece or like Cyprus is that by the time we get back to the UK, VATSIM might be online. Because this time of day it can be a bit iffy. Coverage is patchy, unreliable. It seems like sort of from lunchtime you might get a bit. And then obviously in the evening time is kind of prime time, I suppose, but we have to work with what we got. Okay, that's catering done, that's good. Good morning, Nuclear, how you doing? Right, I think we should jump in. And see if we can get set up. I imagine the frames per second is doing its usual trick for us. Let's just... oh, not bad actually. Not bad, not bad. I'll take that. Let's just go through the route. So, where are we? Show you where we are at Gatwick. So we're all the way over here at stand at 51A. Stand 51. So I think our plan will be to push back, tail to the east, and we will taxi along Lima down into Sierra, then on to Juliet. Keep it on going, and this is the way I was told to go on VATSIM one time, so I presume that this is going to be the way to do it. Then round the back of 08 left, Hold at this point here, at which point we'll make sure we got everything set up. Head on out onto the runway. I suppose we could come on at a hotel. We could do that, I suppose, but we'll go around the back. And then away we go. And we're flying... the ODV... what's it called? Departure ODV 12 Zulu. So it's a fairly straight out approach, really, which is unusual for Gatwick. Normally, if we take off on 26 left, normally have to do a bit of a wrap around to get to where we want to go, but that's fine. Then we head on, just hide that a moment. Head on out to Dover, across the sea, to this rather interestingly named waypoint. Grow up. Then we go down across Belgium into Germany. Just brush past the top of Italy. Should get some nice mountain views at least. And then we come over the sea, but kind of hugging the coastline here on this side. Over the land, and then we come into near Athens. So we'll come down to the waypoint Kia, I guess that is. Head on out, and then this is kind of where our approach properly begins. Into runway 03, I believe. Yeah, 03 right, into Athens. Probably vacate somewhere around Delta 8, Delta 9. The question is, where should we go? There's hangars over here. Where's the actual terminal? Is that back? Yeah, it is. So we'll probably taxi... I don't know whether in real life we'd be told to taxi on Delta or Charlie. I'm presuming Charlie? I don't know. Would it be Charlie or Delta? Anyway, we'll probably go for like stand Bravo 09 or something like that. Get ourselves parked up. Morning, Dumbo. How you doing? Welcome on in. So that's our little route for today. Obviously, we'll pay more attention to charts in Athens the nearer we get. Let's just have a quick look at our charts out of Gatwick. I do love this feature. Just overlay the actual chart on the map. Brilliant. Okay, maximum speed 250 knots below flight level 100 unless otherwise authorized. Fair enough. So quite a typical typical Gatwick departure, under 6,000. So above 2, beneath 6. By this point, above 3, still beneath 6. And in between 5 and 6, this one still staying under 250 knots at 6,000 for Odvik. Then we're good to go. So actually, in terms of Gatwick departures, this is probably one of the quickest and simpler ones. What does it say? Transition altitude 6,000. Yeah, that's fine. Happy days. So, good morning. How are you? Okay, let's see if we can get this thing fired up. I've almost forgotten how to fly this thing. I haven't flown it in a little while. I feel like the last week, by the way, has been a bit rubbish for content, so I do apologise about that. But the new job has been a little bit more demanding the last few weeks, or last week or so, I should say. So I had to step it up and do a bit more there, which came at the cost of this, unfortunately. So I am sorry about that, but what can you do? What's the map software? So the map software is Navigraph. So that is it's a subscription service. I think it's about, how much is it? I've completely forgotten how much it is. It's almost like 8, 9, 10 euros a month, something like that. But the actual amount that leaves my bank account, because it's in like British pounds, is always different every month based on exchange rates. That's probably why I'm not entirely sure how much it is. Right, batteries. Let's get that APU on, shall we? I need to up my game on the lights. I feel like I'm guessing a lot with lights lately, both on the A320 and the Boeing. I need to have a look at that for sure. Pilot R, how you doing? I may just have to call you Pilot for short. Hey, Ashy's in. Morning, Ashy. Just getting started. Evan, hello. When will a new VATSIM video be released? Good question, Evan. Just saying, the new job has taken over a bit the last week or so, so I've struggled to get out here to do much in the way of that. But and I've got to be honest, next week isn't going to be great either for the start of the week. So, Evan, I would probably say I would look to do one, as in do the flight, the latter part of next week. If you got any route suggestions in the meantime, we will gladly take those into consideration. I think I'm probably going to go for a longer route this time, just because I'm not doing another flipping Amsterdam to Gatwick, because that was like go, 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 go the whole time. I was not a fan of that. Okay, let's get our navs on the go. Yeah, next week's going to be a bit funny, guys, as well. I appreciate that last week hasn't been great for content, and I do apologise for that. And I hate to say it, but next week isn't going to be an awful lot better at the start of the week. Our normal Tuesday slot, so this time next week is going to have to go out the window. Unfortunately, there's been a death in my wife's side of the family, so funerals and stuff. But from sort of Wednesday onwards, we should be we'll be able to do a bit more, albeit on a different schedule to normal. Hey Ben, how's it going? Expat says, hey, just found your channel. Are you running one screen? Is it 4K? What sort of frames per second if you get? Sorry if you've already answered these questions. No problem at all. So, I'm running a 4K TV. An LG 4K TV. 60 Hz, no variable refresh rate. Quite a basic TV by all standards, really. Or by modern standards. Off to my left, I've got another monitor. Which I use for like OBS, and this is where I read your chat. And then to my far left, I've got another monitor, which is where I kind of run things like Sim Toolkit Pro and just anything else I'm doing on the PC. But the Sim runs exclusively on one screen on my TV. As for frames per second, I limit the Sim to 30. As you can see there, look, it's holding at 30. Although the GPU's taking a bit of a battering at the moment. Bevy, good morning. How many minutes or hours is the flight? So it's about a 3-hour flight once we get gone. About 3 hours. Okay, let's get that yaw dampener on. Hydraulic pumps. Let's get the window heat on. Yeah, I think it would be nice, expat, if I could get a monitor that is variable refresh rate. That would help me out a lot. Because the problem is, with a 60 Hz screen, if you do anything over 60 Hz, you get tearing when you like pan sort of left and right, sort of like that. You get a lot of tearing on screen. Variable refresh rate will solve that because it dynamically adjusts the monitor's refresh rate to be in line with how many frames your PC is outputting. Annoyingly, I can't run at 60 FPS because my PC just isn't powerful enough, to be perfectly honest. So I cap it at 30. And because 30 divides neatly into 60, you don't get any tearing at 30. But let's say my PC could output maybe 40 or 50 frames, but I'm capped at 30. Obviously, I'm leaving those on the table, which is why a variable refresh rate monitor would be a nice upgrade. Tom, good morning. Very much enjoying VATSIM, or like I was just saying to the chat a few moments ago. Real life is doing its job of getting in the way at the moment. Staying offline for this one this morning, although the plan is maybe to do the return flight tomorrow. So start in Athens and then work our way back for sort of like lunchtime-ish arrival into London, by which time maybe we'll have a bit of coverage. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Right, where was I? I'm getting confused. See, this is part of the reason, actually, Tom, why I'm not doing VATSIM right now, because I'm struggling to do the stream and start the aircraft. Just because I start talking and then I get confused and I was like, oh, where was I? And then you just imagine what it would be like trying to do VATSIM and run a stream talking to the chat. So I feel like I need to get a bit more muscle memory on the go with VATSIM. Then we'll introduce it into the streams. And it's bad enough coming into Gatwick that evening. Like, that was a mistake in hindsight. That was a mistake doing such a short flight on VATSIM. Because it was just like, you know, one thing after another, after another, after another, after another. And before you know it, it's like you can see the runway. It's like, whoa, we're here. Like, quickly, land the plane. Cheers, Tom. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, maybe next time we'll do something where we've got like an hour and a bit of cruise that I can kind of just like decompress after the takeoff and then actually plan an arrival that isn't so rushed. Get my frequencies kind of stacked up a little bit so I kind of know roughly where I'm going to be going, because that's the biggest thing. That was the biggest thing. It was like, now contact, you know, London Centre on whatever. And I was like, oh, quickly change it. Because I wasn't ready for it, I should have probably had the frequency kind of dialed in, for those that aren't familiar. In the standby frequency, then all you need to do is click the swap over and it swaps them. So you get your next frequency that you know you're probably likely going to get dialed in there. Switch them over as soon as you're told to switch, rather than having to quickly scramble to dial it in manually. But yeah, Amsterdam was... I found Amsterdam to be okay on the ground. It was the Amsterdam radar. I mean, that controller, my goodness, like, so awesome. So awesome, just so calm. There's so much going on, people talking over each other, and yeah. Do you use VATSpy? I mean, I use map.vatsim.net, whatever that is. Morning, Nick. Bevy says, if something happens today, it's not my fault, it's yours. Bevy, that could not be further from the truth. Right, where was I? Let's put some fuel in the plane. That would be a good start, wouldn't it? FS actions, fuel. What's SimBrief telling me? Ah, 707 liner. I remember you from the comments the other day. G'day from Perth. Nice. You're new to VATSIM too. Did Dusseldorf to Edinburgh on Sunday. Lots of traffic. Great fun. yeah, like you say, every time you try it, you get a bit more clued in. Yeah. I'll say I've only got 2 flights under my belt at the moment, which, you know, it's not a lot. Evan says Amsterdam's very busy indeed. You need to be aware that EHAM has auto handoff, but they have amazing controllers in such busy periods. What do you mean by auto handoff? Is that where you just kind of, when you get to a certain point as the pilot, you just hand yourself off to someone else? Well, Ben, you're up to 30 hours. That's good going. That is good going. I've got some work to do to catch you up. What's my average flight time to do everything from short, regional to long haul? Most, I kind of, where I fall to normally is kind of like, yeah, A320, 737 routes. We have done a couple of long hauls. Although, like, honestly, like, I got a newfound respect for like long haul pilots. That was really boring, doing a long haul from Dubai back to Heathrow. I say it was good fun talking to the chat, and you know there was a good vibe throughout, but there was definitely that feeling of like, how do people do this day in, day out? Because that is a long time to be in cruise, a long time. I think if I were to be a pilot, I would definitely take the more EasyJet, Ryanair kind of career route, I think, because that, you know, you get to fly around Europe and it's so like beautiful, and you're never too far away from a landing or a takeoff, whereas imagine going to like LAX from Heathrow. You know, a few minutes after takeoff it's like click, autopilot. I don't know. I think I'd struggle with that a lot. I mean, I suppose VATSIM might actually be almost like the antidote to that kind of boredom. I don't know. I don't know how active it is or how active it isn't in context of a long haul. Like how much interaction you'll have. I suppose, like, actually, Ben, you make a good point. Yeah, like you'd be almost like forbidden to leave, but I suppose you could disconnect and reconnect if necessary. Alright, block fuel today. Oh, it's almost exactly what we've got on board. That's weird. 11433. And look what they've got in by default. Alright, payload. 114 passengers, so we've got 12 up in first class, which will give us 102 back in scum class. Cargo today, 2585. So that'll be 1292. 1293. I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. 0 fuel weight is what SimBrief is predicting. That's good. Oh, we can use the truck, Ben, if you want. Let's do the fuel, shall we? 11461. So, where do we get the fuel truck? Is the fuel truck here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, don't worry, Ben. I got rid of him. Yeah, we're not doing politics here. If you want to do politics, go somewhere else. Obviously incredibly sad at what's happening, but yeah, we're not doing politics. So we should be able to start, right? Oh, it's attaching. In a way, it's almost like the Boeing kind of does away with the need for GSX in some regards, isn't it? Because it kind of comes with this built-in stuff. Okay. Cruise today is 37,000. Get that in up there. Landing altitude is 300 feet at Athens. Let's make a start down here, see if we can get things right. FMC. Let's go pause in it. Next page. Grab a GPS coordinate. Previous page. Paste. In the route, we will go EGKK to LGAV. I feel like we've taken ages to get going this morning, guys. Sorry. Very good. Now let's go to departures and arrivals. Departing Gatwick. 08 right. Where is it? It's the ODV12Z, whatever that stands for. That's the other thing with AtSim. A lot of the controllers would actually say the name of that, like whereas I would say ODV12Z or whatever, Zulu. ODV might stand for something like a word, and they would say the full word, and I struggle to translate the word back into the abbreviated format. What's the busiest departure we've ever had? Probably... I don't know, probably Gatwick on the first one. Hey, Nebula. Good morning. Alright. LGAV. We're going to do ILS 03 right. That one. The Y. In fact, we might need to consult Navigraph a moment. Transition IKEA. And it is the... Is that Zork? Would you call that Zork 2P? Yeah, I think it was the Gatwick one when I was coming into land. I think the controller said like Timber 2 or something. Oh no, it wasn't that. It was something else. I forget what it was. It was something. And I had to kind of be like, wait, what did they just say? And then it clicked. I was like, oh, right, yeah, it's... I get it now. How's that fuel truck doing? See Gatwick loading in behind us there. Evan says, in answer to your question, after 2,000 feet, you change to the departure frequency yourself, and when you've landed, you change to ground frequency yourself. Okay, yeah, I can see how that would save time. $60 aircraft departure, wow. Wow, 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 yeah. That's busy, huh? Cheers, Tom. I'm still in awe of that Amsterdam radar controller. Is there a way to see the progress on the fueling from in here? Oh, wrong one. I did actually click start, right? Where am I going? We are going to Athens today. Shows target and current. It's finished, alright, so I'll release it then, yeah? So why is it out by like 6 kilos, 7 kilos of fuel? Oh well, it's going away now. Yeah, I'm never sure what's best to use, the PMDG stuff that's built in or the... or the GSX stuff. Never quite sure. Okay, let's do a perf init request. Let's get some fuel pumps on. It'll be time to go in a minute. I'm guessing middle pumps are going to go off. Yeah, they will. Cool. APU bleed. Let's get some air on for the passengers. They're probably getting hot back there. Morning, Mike. Discovered this channel and hoping one day to be good enough to drive at sim. Well, if I can do it, Mike, I'm sure you can. Okay, perf init request is ready to load in. And execute. It's looking good. Oop, wrong button. N1 I'll leave alone. Do flaps 5. 136, 138. 148. Centre of gravity 22.3, which gives us a trim of 511. Where are we at? That'll do us. Do I like B2 Spirit or Darkstar? I don't know, to be honest. Not something I've given a lot of thought to, if you want to know the honest truth. Okay, we'll do 6,000 in the window because we're going to be limited to that on the way up. 078 is our runway heading. And we're 148, so we'll do V2 plus 15, so 148. Plus 15, if my maths is on point this morning, is 163. Very good. Alright, let's get passengers strapped in. I would suggest we get ready for a push. Don't think I've forgotten anything crucial, although it is of course always possible. Let's just run through the route quickly, make sure that, see if there are any discontinuities we need to be aware of. Good. Got the missed approach in there as well, that's excellent. Good, 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 good. Right, let's see if we can get GSX on the go, shall we? See if it will behave itself this morning, because last time it did not. So prepare for pushback and departure. We're going to need to do parking brakes. And we're going to need to remove our ground chocks. Do I like A380 or 747? Probably 747. Probably 747.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Here we go, look.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
What is that tug doing? Okay, so I'm surprised the jetway hasn't gone back yet. Oh, here it comes. It's moving with its wheels turned to one side. It's not, I mean, like GSX is just so weird. Do you know what I mean? Oh, there it goes, look. So clunky.
Locking gear.
Hey, Abapino! Hello from France. Now my sim is fantastic. Oh, thanks. That's awesome. Okay, we want nose, left, tail, right.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
A big like was hit. Thank you very much indeed. Alright, here we go. So, let's turn the packs off. Do engine... Let's do engine 2 first. Into ground. Keep an eye on the numbers. There we go, we've got some N2. That's good. Oh, my speed brake's out. It's because I went into the options. It always does that. It's so annoying. Every time I go into options, like press escape, my speed brakes come out and my flaps go to full. Super annoying. Alright. Let's try engine 1. Just wait for the N2 to get up to about 20. I'll add some fuel. Do I have a shortcut to on the brakes? No, I normally just use my mouse in the cockpit to do it.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Okay, rejected takeoff on. Flight directors on. VNav armed. LNav armed. Auto throttle armed. We'll just put that into TARA to keep it quiet for now. Bro, do you like Bugatti? I guess. Alright, let's confirm good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
I'll be honest with you.
Disconnect.
I used to really like cars. You say about Bugatti, I used to really aspire to have a big car and, you know, a nice fancy car. And there was a time in my life where I really wanted that and worked hard to get it. Got myself a nice BMW. And I was like, yeah, I've done it, I made it.
Unlocking gear.
And then afterwards I was like, oh, that was a bit silly. It's just a car. So I've never done it again. Scratched the itch though, so. My plan is just to drive the car into the ground until it won't work anymore.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Why aren't my flaps working? Okay, let's take power from the engines. Oh wait, I know why they're not working. What have I done wrong? Got low pressure on my hydraulics. Why has that happened? What have I forgotten to do? Pumps shouldn't be broken though, should they? Let's go and check failures, shall we? Yeah, hydraulics fail. I didn't realise I had failures on. Well, that's weird. I didn't realise I had failures on. Okay, go back. Alright, where am I going back to? To failures, yeah. That's where we're at. Scroll until we get to hydraulics, yeah. So the failure's actually on. I didn't realise I had them on. Maintenance. Yeah. Then what we're doing, clear all. Well, this is something new for me. Appreciate the help, by the way, Ben. Because at this rate, we're going nowhere. Service system. Okay, then execute. Hey, that's better. Ben, you absolute legend. Thank you. Alright, we've got hydraulics. Perfect, look at that. So have I got failures on and I just didn't realise it? Or did I do something wrong to actively break the hydraulics? How very strange. Right, flaps are 5. I think everything's good. Flight is saved. Let's go, shall we? So let's just run through our taxi route one more time. How do I get rid of the chart? It's there, isn't it? So we're going to go Lima, Sierra, Juliet, round the back of 08 left, and then we'll get gone. Parker brakes are off. Do you suggest leaving the electronic pumps off until you start the engines? Maybe that was it then. Maybe that was what it was. Turn off the APU as well, of course. Taxi lights should be on, my bad. So what do we think? What should the plan be for after takeoff? I can put autopilot on immediately and we can look out the windows, or I can fly it myself. What would you rather see? A stuttery mess. So up there is where I normally try and start from. I don't know why. I kind of feel like that's my little corner of Gatwick up there. Ooh, nice little stutter there from the sim. I'm going to have to do something about a new PC. Love the Antonov 225. Very, very sad what happened to it. Alright, so this is where Lima turns into Sierra, I do believe. Still a bit confused about that hydraulic issue. So now I'm wondering, do I have failures on for the whole plane and I don't realise it? Or did I do something wrong in the setup? Did I do something out of order that caused it to break? This is where a head tracker would be handy, isn't it, for these big turns? Thanks for all the likes this morning, everyone, by the way. It really does make a huge difference to the stream. I can't tell you how much of a difference it makes. It can turn a really stale stream into a really busy active stream, so I do appreciate it. I really do. Okay, so we're now on Juliet. We're going to head down. So we've got 08 left to our left. And we're going to kind of wrap around behind it. And then hop on to 08 right and get gone. Who's excited for Flight Sim 24? Yeah, I'd be interested to see. I think for me the question is, how will it be different for people like myself that aren't interested in the gamification of it? Because I feel like that's a big angle they're going after. And I think that's the right thing to do. I don't begrudge them doing that at all, because I think in order for the sim to survive in the long term, it needs to have a broad market appeal. So making it more mission based and giving it more of a game kind of feel to it for the more casual player is great. because that keeps the tills ringing for them, which means we keep the sim for us in the long haul, because we don't want to end up in a position like we did last time where Microsoft say, no, that's enough, we're not doing it anymore. But that still leaves the question, what does it mean? How will it be different for people like us that like to run all the add-ons and aren't really interested in doing missions and things like that? We want to be doing our full flights with VATSIM and all of our add-ons with GSX and FS Realistic and Navigraph. Will it feel a lot different to people like us, or will it not feel a lot different because the effort is being placed elsewhere in the sim? I don't know. That's kind of what I want to know. Yeah, the shared cockpit thing could be cool. Shared cockpit would be very cool. Maybe it's something we can do for like as a perk for like the Discord members as well. So at the moment I feel like perks are a bit thin on the ground for members, which I'm not entirely happy about, but I'm not entirely sure what I can offer reliably. Third person? We're not going third person view, this is a sim. This is where it all began on VATSIM for me. I'm holding just here waiting for I think an A320 to land. Alrighty. Okay, so takeoff lights on. APU is off. Engines into continuous. I think we're okay. I think. Can I fly dark? What's the Dark Star? Oh, not that, not that thing off a Top Gun, is that what it is? Is that the Dark Star? I feel like it might be. Right, let's start the clock. Let's go and line up. Yeah, from Top Gun. Yeah, I know what you mean now. I'll be honest, that kind of thing isn't really my thing. Oh, sorry, Ben. Alright, I'll line up and wait. I'll wait for your instruction. Morning, Adam. Right, hopefully we don't have any config issues. I guess we'll soon find out. Alright, so we're waiting on Ben, everybody. No pressure, Ben. Ben's going to clear us for takeoff. Thank you, Ifaz. N at 153, clear for takeoff. Runway 08, wind is calm. Have a good day. Clear for takeoff. Runway 08, right. N at 153. Thank you, Ben. Holding it on the brakes. N1 40%. let's go.
V1 rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. So far, so good. Let's get those flaps back up. Okay, right turn coming up. Oh, we're exceeding the speed limit. Let's get that autopilot on. I always feel like it's a struggle with the throttles in the N1 position. This is almost like you need to pitch up to make the speed drop. And then obviously, yeah, it's a tricky balance. Tricky balance indeed. There we go. Some nice views. Let's just go and clean up a moment. Oh yeah, Ben's way ahead of me. At what point do we take engines out of continuous? Does anyone know that? There we go, so this is where we come out of our SID, about 10 miles time, so we need to be above 5,000 at the next, or 5,000 or above at the next waypoint, 6 at the following one. We're already at 6, so what would be the Excel altitude, Simon? Would that be sort of when you leave the SID? So in my case, this waypoint here, where we're cleared of 6,000 feet. I'm flying at 390 today. Normally 1,000 feet above field elevation. Okay. Yeah, so isn't it like continuous as in like the engine starters are continuously going in case of a cutout, then they can hopefully immediately restart the engines? Is that what they're all about? That's my understanding at least. I could be wrong though. There we go. That's the end of our SID. Okay, well, let's get the engines out of continuous. Yeah, continuous ignition, so I guess in the event of an engine failure, it might get reignited and problem solved. Do I play GTA 5? I've played the story, completed it, quite recently in fact. I played it when it first came out, like 10 years ago. And there was a part in the game where you turned into a dog and I was like, that's it, I'm out. Can't be bothered, I don't want to play it anymore. And then about 9 years later I was like, maybe I should replay it all, and I did, and I actually did enjoy it, so. But I don't do any like online stuff. Not sure I have the energy for that. I've only flown with British Airways, so I don't know that I could compare the two. Should have a system where you watch the stream and get points. That could be a fun idea. Yeah. I've got Nightbot, so maybe it can do something. You can do something with that. So we're at 294 knots. Transition, I believe, is... Where do we see transition? I always get confused. 18,000. There we go. So that's Dover right ahead of us. Do I play turboprop flight simulator? You mean do I fly turboprop planes within flight? So not really. I mean we've got the ATR, and I kind of got caught up in the hype and bought it and made a livery and flew it a couple of times, but I haven't really flown it a lot. I always end up with in the jets basically. I think the next one for me will be the 777 or the Aerosoft A330, whichever comes first, in terms of building up the fleet a little bit. And then obviously in time when PMDG come out with their 747, we'll get that one too. Oh, you mean it's a separate SIM in Android? Oh no, in that case I don't. No, I do not. You racing in VATSIM, Ben? That's brilliant. I don't know about the A350, Ben. I don't know what's going on there. Simon says I like the ATR, but it's a bit finicky. Yeah. I kind of had these aspirations of using it as like a little island hopper, but I don't know. I just like the jets. Just like me some jets. But yeah, PMDG 777 is going to be special, I think. It would be nice to have a long-haul airliner that's of this quality. Because at the moment, I don't really feel like we have that. There's France already. Like I know there was a bit of excitement, wasn't there, when the AAU2 update came out for the 747, and I don't know, it still felt like a bit of a glider when I flew it. I'd be very keen to see how different the PMDG version feels. So Mike, I think there is an A380, but it's essentially a skin. So what you're actually flying is an A320, but it's been skinned to look like an A380. What you really want to wait for is the fly-by-wire version of the A380. So fly-by-wire have made a really good free Airbus A320neo called the A32NX, and they're using obviously the technologies they've developed for that. They're going to then put that in the A380, but we don't know when it's going to come out, and they won't give us any timeline, rightly so, because they're all volunteers. So they're kind of like, yeah, we're not going to be held to any deadlines by the community, and you can't blame them. Like, I've worked in software in the past, and I would be doing exactly what they're doing. If I'm giving up my time to do it, you can get it when it's ready and be quiet, frankly. If you're paying money, that's different. if you've got clients involved and business deadlines to meet, then yeah, we can start talking about deadlines. But when it's free and voluntary, you can forget it. Favourite plane is probably the one we're in right now. Took me a long time to get used to it. I remember when I first got it, I wasn't too sure about it because I was so used to the A320, and it was such a shock learning how to fly it. But once you put the time in and get used to it, you realise what an incredible aircraft it is, but then also what an incredible job PMDG did in bringing it to the sim. Yeah, sad about the Antonov, wasn't it? Really sad. I saw a funny picture the other day online. I forget where I saw it. It was like they had all the dials of like hundreds and hundreds of dials, and it was labelled Antonov. And then there was a panel with quite a lot of dials, maybe like 10 or 12 dials, labelled Boeing, and then there was like one on-off toggle switch labelled Airbus. Made me laugh. The Airbus Boeing memes are always amusing. What was the other one? It was like an Airbus captain coming out of a 737 cockpit commenting, "Oh, I don't like manual labour." Well, we're making good progress up to cruise. Some cloud up ahead. Yeah, that's right, Evan. That was a smart move. Can you imagine the uproar had they not done that? Like, really, I haven't spent... I mean, I've spent a lot, but I haven't spent incredible sums of money, like I'm sure some have. I mean, I've bought the Phoenix, and I bought the PMDG. I bought GSX, and I bought FSI panel. That's the extent of my buying. So you're probably talking, what, 150-ish quid for all of that? Can you imagine if I had to re-buy all of that for the new game? Not to mention, like, all the people that buy all the airports, and like, I don't really buy any of the airports, I've got to be honest. Maybe I should. But it's one of those where that could be a really slippery slope. End up spending like £1,000 just on airports. Yeah, you're right, Ben. Definitely the smart move to stay put. Or rather say that the add-ons can go across. Maybe we need to look at some custom airports, but then maybe almost make ourselves some routes, because the developer of New Sky reached out and kind of encouraged me to try it. So maybe we need to go down the VA route and actually have some routes that kind of Air Not as an airline does, and then I can look at maybe getting some airports just for those routes. That then sets some boundaries on it at least. Come on, get to cruise. When it gets to cruise, I'll make a cup of coffee. That's why I want it to get to cruise, basically. How are we looking there? Everything's looking good. How are the frames looking, more importantly? Not too bad. Yeah, I don't know how they'll do it, Ben, because it is going to be a separate product, isn't it? It is going to be a separate product. Maybe they'll do something where, as part of the installation, it can copy your community folder or make a sim link to your community folder. Don't know. I'm being lazy, Ben. I'm letting VNav do it all. I just set the altitude, press VNav, and it's like, you do it. Based on all of this. I think we get new Intel CPUs today, don't we? So I'll be interested to see those that upgrade, how it affects performance in the sim. Because the sim is a weird one. It doesn't really perform and scale like other games do. It's almost like the sim lives and dies by the single core performance. And it does seem to like the cache on the AMD X3D chips, but you're out of storage on your PC and have one more SSD slot. When you say SSD slot, you mean the M.2 slot or like a SATA port? You must have some SATA ports as well, I guess, so you're not entirely out of options if you do fill up that one remaining M.2 slot, if that is what you have. M2, yeah, okay, so do you know if that slot can take a Gen 3 or a Gen 4 drive? What motherboard have you got? Do you know what chipset you're running? What CPU you're running? Probably a Gen 4, okay. I mean, they are quite cheap at the moment. I think you can get a nice 1TB Gen 4 drive, like a Samsung 980 Pro or something like that, for inside of £100. Let's have a look. Let's bring over a PC part picker. Let's go into storage. So you can get a 2TB here in the UK 980 Pro, which is a Gen 4 drive. I've got the 980 Pro running in my system now, albeit the 1TB version. 120 quid. I paid 120 for my 1TB a little over a year ago. Whoa, and now it's 65. That is a good deal. I'd be doing that if I were you. Something along those lines. Make sure you update the firmware, or check what the firmware is, because with the 980 Pros there was an issue where the controller on board so obviously you've got your memory chips here underneath the label. These two big chips here are where all your data lives. I think somewhere around here, if the label weren't there, is the controller chip, which controls how the data is written to the memory chips. There was a bug in the firmware on the controller chip where it would mark areas of your memory chips as having failed, when in fact they hadn't failed, they were fine. So it's incorrectly marking blocks of your drive as failed. And what then happens is, when enough of a percentage of the drive is marked as failed, the drive then goes into a read-only state in order to preserve itself, so you can get data off of it at the very least. So that was causing a lot of problems for some people. So you need to download Samsung Magician, which is a piece of software from Samsung that will update the firmware on the controller chip that lives around here, and that will ensure that your drive is healthy. Now I'd imagine, given what a stink was caused by all of this a few months ago, any retail units probably would have been updated by now to the latest firmware, but just double check would be my advice if you end up with a Samsung SSD, or already have one and didn't know about what I just said. I think it was the 2TB version that was mostly affected. Cheers, Mike. Thanks for coming by. Nice to see you. Hopefully we'll catch you again soon. Yeah, we're on standard pressure now, Ben. Transitioned at 18,000. Right, folks, it's that time. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee, and then we're going to do today's Wordle. I will be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. With coffee. Alright, Ben. No telling, alright? Alright, here we go. Let's go with early. Alright, so there's an L and an A. Yeah, okay, cheers, man. Okay. What about plane? Oh, damn it, I shouldn't have moved the L. Why did I move the L? Oh, I'm so bad at Wordle. Okay, so the A is probably going to be a first letter A, right? Because the A is not there, it's not there. It's unlikely to be the last letter. Alright, so A. A something something L. Unless A is the last letter. Unless it is the last letter. Okay, so it has to be the first letter then. A something something L. That's a tricky one, this, isn't it? I was going to say, what about agile, but it's not an I, and it's not an E. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe double L, because that Wordle wouldn't tell you, would it? Doesn't give you any indication if it is or a double L. Oh, no doubles, Ben, okay. That narrows it down a bit. Something LT? What about adult? Easy peasy. Just too good. Just too good. I shall celebrate with a sip of coffee. So apparently Apple are going to be maybe releasing new iPads today, I heard. Or EFBs, as we call them. Right, what's going on up top? Have we got any fuel warnings yet? I feel like sooner or later these two are going to come on. Yeah, 0.75 left in the centre tank. Well, I hope these clouds disappear, because it'd be nice to actually see some stuff. Yeah, I was reading some rumours last night of new iPads. But it was kind of like just as I was going to bed and I was really tired and I couldn't really be bothered to read properly. So I don't even know why I looked at all, thinking about it, having said all that. Let's go on Mac rumours on my phone. Current rumours. Will there or won't there be an iPad refresh? According to Mark Gurman and Ming-Chi Kuo, two big-time Apple rumour people, Apple does not have plans to introduce a new iPad tomorrow. Oh, what? Gurman said over the weekend that while the iPad Air and iPad Mini and entry-level iPad models are in the works with faster chips, an iPad refresh won't happen this month. Okay, we'll ignore everything I just said then. Both 9to5Mac and Supercharged News have claimed that Apple will announce an updated iPad Air, iPad Mini and entry-level iPad models this week. It would be unusual for Apple to debut a new Apple Pencil without introducing new iPads. So they're going to introduce a new Pencil apparently, but maybe not iPads. That does seem weird. I can't see that. I don't buy that. What tablet is that, Nuclear? Is that the M10? Because I was looking at one of those. Yeah, I guess so, Nuclear, yeah. I think what I would like, really, is obviously something to run Navigraph. But then I'm conscious that, obviously, as a streamer, the more I take stuff out of the main screen of the sim, the less you as the viewer get to see. So I was thinking about getting some kind of, making sure I could get some kind of HDMI output out of the tablet that is mirrored, so then I can get that into OBS and have like an overlay. So much like we got the map down there in the bottom left, maybe we could have a slightly bigger version, maybe sort of out to, I don't know, sort of so big, so that when we want to bring up the EFB so you can see it, and then we can just get rid of it again. You know, much like I can get rid of the map. On. Or rather off, then back on again. Then we can be doing stuff like checking charts while maintaining a view like this. Oh, that's a brilliant deal, Nuclear, yeah. So is it okay performance-wise? You don't find it laggy? It runs Navigraph okay? Obviously the browser, because I think, can't you with the Phoenix? Can't you run the EFB from the Phoenix actually on a tablet via the web browser? I mean, I've got like a, I don't know if any of you remember, but the very, very first iPad Air, the first one they ever made, launched back in 2013, I want to say. I have one of those out here, but it is just painfully slow. I mean, it does technically run, it runs a really old operating system because Apple won't let it upgrade to the latest one, so I'm stuck on some really old one. But Navigraph does technically download and run on it, but it's just, it's not Navigraph's fault, it's just the iPad is so painfully out of date. I don't need it to be much, like I say, just enough for Navigraph. And then obviously if the browser is snappy enough to be able to use stuff like, you know, the EFB and the Phoenix, actually have that appear on the iPad. And I'm living in hope that we can do a similar thing with PMDG's EFB, but who knows? Who knows about that? So how much is one of those then? So I get one here, Lenovo M10 3rd Gen, 10.1 inch for $129.99. That's obviously pounds. That could be alright though. It's about £100. Okay, so maybe that 129 is overpriced. Oh, that was a 128 gig model. That could be why. I wouldn't need all that. It does seem to be about 130 is the... There's a refurbished one for 80. Yeah, the M9 seems to be about £99. There's a used M10 on eBay. Oh, with a cracked screen. Yeah, the only trouble with that, Ben, would be the import duties I would get hit with at this end. They're not daft. So looking at the numbers this morning, like we had a really, really strong start. We had like 25 people in. And then as we've gotten into cruise, people have just dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped away. So I wonder whether there's a bit of a lesson there. Maybe this is too long of a flight for people to remain interested. Who knows? Maybe it'll pick up towards the end. Maybe lunchtime as well. Someone said to me about an Amazon Fire tablet. Maybe one of those could work. Because they are dirt cheap. So you can get a refurbished 7-inch tablet, Fire 7, for £34.99. That's refurbished by Amazon. Though that is the one that has adverts. Yeah, you'd have to sideload it because they've got their own store, haven't they? But I'm thinking if we were to use like a use it as like an MCDU. So I'm thinking a second tablet now. Could that work? It does say it comes with adverts, so I think they have like adverts all over the OS, so basically wherever you turn there'll be some sort of advert. Is there a way to buy one without adverts? I would gladly pay like a tenner more not to get adverts. So you know how I've never done it or never tried it, but I've seen some people use like their tablet as a MCDU or whatever. Do you need an app to do that, or is that through the browser? Yeah, this is probably not clear. It's like it sounds like a good idea for now, but it's like, is that a long-term solution? Because like you say, yeah, if Amazon releases a software update and it breaks everything, then you're kind of out of luck there, aren't you? Alright, I imagine we're going to get a fuel warning pretty soon. Simbox. But a 7-inch tablet, like physically, would that be a right size sort of thing for? Trying to think how big this would be physically in real life. It's not huge, is it? Yeah, that's true actually. I mean, I've got a 6.7-inch iPhone 15 Plus in front of me, so yeah, now you say it. All of this feels like a slippery slope into building a home cockpit, not going to lie. Yeah, the thought has crossed my mind, Nuclear. I saw some plans online where you could basically, if you went down to like your local builder's kind of shop and bought like 2 or 3 big sheets of wood, like NDF or something like that, they kind of give you the plans, like where the cuts you need to make in order to build yourself a little cockpit. The trouble is, it's like, then what do you do? Do you build a Boeing one? Do you build an Airbus one? Or do you build something that's neither but can do both quite well? Has my sim just frozen? It flipping did then, didn't it? That absolutely froze then, I'm sure of it. I was sure that was going to crash to desktop then. That would have really sucked, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's the problem, Nuclear. And that's before you even sort of look up top. I guess you could do like a touchscreen monitor, right? You could maybe do one of those, but then that'd be clunky, wouldn't it? Ben, I just saw your thing about being a 15 user. Sorry, I missed that. It's a quality phone. I figured I was due an upgrade. I was running an iPhone 10 until then, so... I figure it's done 6 years, so... Oh, look at that. iPhone 4, amazing. I had one of those. Although I struggle to believe that you're able to do much on it. Yeah, okay, that's a good point, Nuclear. I think maybe what I would do is I would look at the top panel of the A320, look at the top panel of the 737, and almost do like a matrix graph of what buttons they have that overlap and do the same thing, and then what buttons each one has individually that is not present on the other, and then try and build to that. So it would be my own implementation. And it would be neither Airbus nor Boeing, but it would work with both. I'd probably have to look at like Moby Flight or something. What do I think of the Surface? Never really tried it. I mean, I came across one in my old job. I used to do tech support. Came across one, I think, where... Is that the one where you can detach the screen? It had like this kind of like bendy kind of hinge that then went into the keyboard. I remember someone coming to me with theirs and it was like it had got itself locked. It wouldn't come off the keyboard. The bow bus. I like that. Yeah, Ben, that was the one then, yeah. I remember that there was like a little thing because it had like little slits all the way up the side of it for what I presumed was for ventilation, but one of them, apparently if you were to put a paper clip in it, there's an emergency eject for the hinge assembly. We managed to get it off that way. You mean for an EFB, Ben, or otherwise? Ah, fuel. Alright, so looking at the fuel here, we're a little bit heavier in one side than the other, not by much. I'm just wondering what I need to do to resolve that. So I've turned off the centre pumps. Is it crossfeed? Will that do it? Probably be a bit big for an MCDU, I'd have thought, Ben, but maybe for an EFB it could work. Crossfeed should sort it, okay. Is that all I need to do? So what will that do? That'll pump fuel from the right tanks into the left to balance it, or? Not entirely sure, to be honest with you all. We should put the pumps back on then. I mean, this one's giving low pressure, so if we turn that one off. No, it shouldn't be a problem, Simon. You're right. I have had it before, though, where it got really out of control. And I ended up almost landing tip to one side. I think we're okay as we are. I mean, well, we'll see what happens. You wouldn't bother, Andy. You'd leave it as it is, would you? Jiminy, look at that view. Never did fly the Concorde, Simon. Part of me wonders whether we should. We could actually do a transatlantic flight then in the time that we have. Yeah, so I'm surprised, Andy, on that basis, why we haven't got a low pressure warning on the right centre, because we did on the left. Which strikes me as a bit odd. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm in danger of exceeding my knowledge limit and making a mistake that could cost us the flight. Ah, there it is. There's the other one, look. So should we just turn it off and live with it then? Is it fair to say it's quite detailed, Simon, or is it more like it looks like a Concorde and it goes fast? Or like the system's actually quite detailed and in place? I mean, it's quite a task, isn't it, to simulate a Concorde? It's funny, I was watching an old documentary the other day about Concorde. British Airways allowed camera crews in, and what they were doing, they were documenting pilots that wanted to become Concorde pilots. They were obviously like flying other stuff for British Airways, but there was this program where you could become a Concorde pilot. And obviously it was so long ago, they went to Bristol, I think, and they had a Concorde simulator at Bristol, and the sim just looked so bad. It's amazing that you think like pilots used to train on that. And yeah, I think they ended up saying that the sim just basically isn't good enough, so you actually have to get in the plane at a certain point. So I think they flew it over to Shannon. Oh, you saw it too, Simon? YouTube must have been like pushing it around. Must have triggered the algorithm or something. It is sad, isn't it, when you watch them though, you kind of think, like, how have we gone backwards? That shouldn't be the way, surely. I understand that there's a lot of reasons underneath that kind of base level of emotion. It's like, why are we not doing this? Why have they not gotten even faster? Why have they not gotten even better? Why have we gone backwards? But obviously there are reasons for it, but at the same time it does feel a bit sucky, doesn't it? €76,000 for a full replica A320. Well, there we go then. Maybe I'll set one of those little progress bars that you see some streamers do, like where they have like a like goal or a donation goal. €76,000, and we'll get an A320 soon. Don't know where we'd put it, mind, when we get it, but. Oh, I didn't know that, Andy. That's interesting. Okay, slightly less fuel because of the APU. That's very. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know that. I think for transfer fuel from one tank to another, crossfeed open, then off pump for the tank you want it to go into. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it be, Simon. Maybe it's not worth it. Okay, so that is right then. Should we try it? Come on, let's try it. Let's be brave. So, fuel valve open. And what do? Turn the left pumps off. Okay, so the throttles have gone back. I've only turned one off. Sensor pumps. I don't know, maybe we should leave it alone. I'm getting scared now. If you shut down the pumps before you've confirmed crossfeed is working, you'll flame out the engine. But they're almost level now anyway. Centre left is empty though, Ben. So I want to get fuel from the right into the left wing, I think. Is that what we're trying to do? Trying to level out the difference. That was my understanding anyway. Hey, there's some sea. I'll be making an emergency visit to the nearest airport otherwise. Look at that. Is that Venice down there? I think it must be. Jack, in answer to your question about the livery, it varies by aircraft as to how I do it. So with the PMDG, I use their Photoshop files that they provide. But you have to A, have Photoshop, B, you have to install an Nvidia plugin that will then convert what you draw into Photoshop into game-ready textures. With the Airbus, I used Blender. So I did some like 3D painting / modelling in Blender. That is Venice down there, isn't it? I'm sure it's Venice. It must be. Yeah, that's right. So you got Venice Airport there, and then that is like actual Venice, right? Because there's a bridge, isn't there, that goes across. I remember going across that on the train to get to Venice. That was amazing when you come out of the train station. Like you enter in what just appears to be a standard looking train station, you walk out the doors and it's like, whoa, there's Venice. Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? Read the map. Yeah, I remember being stood like on the steps of the train station being like, whoa, look at this, and then some guy just shoved a selfie stick in my face. He's like, selfie stick? I was like, no, I don't want to buy a selfie stick, get out of the way. Leave me alone. I can probably show the full... I can zoom the map out, hopefully. Hang on, let me try it. How's that? Roberto, thank you. Good morning from Brazil. What's the time difference then between UK and Brazil? Is it like 5 hours? Or 6 hours? Something like that? I think basically you can see the full plan, Ben. Basically where the bottom of the map is the end. I can show you in here, if you'd like to see. There we go. So here's where we are at the moment. We're going to track down the coast. Should get some nice views out the left-hand side. Then sort of come around here. So we'll get a view of the airport out the left-hand window. Do a little circuit. And then missed approach, we'll fly out, loop back around, we'll hold at EGN. If we're on VATSIM, I imagine we'll just come out to EGN. Then maybe go direct to D190K and have another go. 8 AM in Brazil. Oh, so you're only 4 hours. Only 4 hours behind us. I thought it'd be more than that for some reason. I'm gonna have to start thinking about lunch soon. I'm starting to get hungry. See what the in-flight service is today. Timothy, hello. Happy Tuesday. Stay clear of the fish, yeah. Good call. I must admit, I've been put off fish since my last time I had it when we went out. New restaurant opened up in town, so thought let's go and see what it's like. Ordered the fish, and then that night I woke up in the middle of the night just shaking. could not stop myself shaking. I've never experienced that in my life. Good night, Andy. Yeah, we can go to the outside view. Let's have a look. Let me turn the volume down a bit, because otherwise it'll come really loud. Okay, let's get a better view. Yeah, so what it does, Jack, I think basically it's found a point of interest, which I think was that airport we just saw. And now it's chosen another one, which might be, I don't know, something down here. So as the plane travels over that point, the camera will gently pan. The downside is that when it's past that waypoint and it snaps onto the next one, it sort of quite aggressively jumps, which is why the camera quickly spun then, which isn't particularly pleasing to the eye, but no, I don't control the speed, it just does what it wants, really. So the thing is to try and work out what it's focusing on. So probably one of those islands that we're just going under is what it's targeted on. Quite often it's like airports and stuff like that that it locks onto. Alright folks, I'm going to leave you with some outside views. I'm going to go make some lunch and then come back out with it, and we'll have a look at our approach and make sure we're all good. We've got about just over an hour to go now. So a little while, but also at the same time not as long as you might think. So if I get some lunch in now, we'll be should be good to go. I'll be back in a few minutes. Take it easy. Alright, I'm back. Oh, it looks like the smart cam's disabled itself in my absence. Wait, what? Why is it gone? Why is it saying that? Why did it come out of standard pressure? Don't recall telling it to do that. How strange. That's a crazy amount of money, Ben. Can you still hear me? Hear me okay? Audio okay? I've just switched my mic to Nvidia Broadcast. Which is really good at cleaning up my mic feed, but it does sometimes mean that the audio cuts out. So if it does go weird, can you tell me? Do I stream on the weekends? Weekends can be a bit tricky. I see with two young kids, kind of on dad duty, really. Yeah, sometimes on a Sunday evening, Ben, I might. I'm trying to think. Would that be Monday for you, actually? Which is no longer the weekend, is it? Wait, what? Sunday? If I'm streaming Sunday evening, UK time, there's no way that can be Friday morning, right? So disregarding Friday, Ben, if I was to stream on a Sunday evening, say 7 PM on Sunday, what time would that be for you? Or what day, rather? Yeah, fair enough, man. Fair enough. No, I can't do Friday mornings my time, Ben, sorry. I can do Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, maybe Thursday evening, maybe Sunday evening. That's kind of my pattern. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Good afternoon, Rob. Ben and I are just discussing logistics. Okay, so the plane's behaving. I don't know why it did it, but it took itself out of standard pressure while I was making lunch, which is a bit weird. But other than that, everything looks good. So we're 334 miles away. With a tailwind, which is good. So we should arrive at 12:01 Zulu, which is going to be... That seems a bit early. So it's now 11:22 Zulu. Do you really think we're going to get there at... Oh wait, that's not to destination, that's till top of descent. Got it. My bad. Yeah, so we'll start descending in about 40 minutes. How's the audio, Rob? Is it okay? I've switched over to Nvidia Broadcast so I was eating my lunch. I didn't want loads of like rustling going on. Curious to see if it remains okay with performance. Oh yeah, Beyond ATC looks awesome, Jack. For those that don't want to, or can't, or yeah, just simply don't want to do VATSIM, if it lives up to the promise, it could be a pretty good alternative. Yep, that's another way of looking at it, Jack, for sure. Hey, the wheels arrived. I find I definitely have to be in the mood for VATSIM, so maybe some nights where I'm just not in the mood for it, I can just use Beyond ATC. Come on, Rob, set the wheel up. It's too bad it's gone cloudy because we're missing out on some pretty good views here. If I suddenly got 1 million quid, what would I buy? Oh, I don't know, Ben. I'd be a rubbish rich person. Like, for real. Like, seriously. I mean, I'd buy a PC, obviously, but that would be like, what, £3,000 to get, like, the best that you can reasonably get. Maybe 4 at a push. Maybe get a new laptop. What are we up to now? Maybe 5 grand? I think it would be wasted on me, to be honest. Yeah, I'd suck as a rich person. I don't know what I'd do with it. I don't like fancy dinners. I don't particularly, I'm not really into cars. I used to be into cars, as we were saying earlier. Like, when I was younger, it was always a big ambition to have like a big, nice car. Wanted like a nice big BMW, so worked hard, saved up, bought it. But now I feel like I've scratched that itch and I've got no desire to have another big car ever again. It's just a money pit, to be honest, after a certain point. the way I've tried to look at things over the last few years is like, for every pound I spend, how much enjoyment do I get back from a certain thing? I think cars are probably bottom of the list. At least now. Obviously when I bought the car it wasn't, but... No, I don't think I'd buy a full motion sim. I'd probably look to build like a home cockpit of my own as a project, rather than just handing it off to be someone else's problem and buying a thing that's 100% done. I'd probably look to learn about it all and tinker and play with it and make it a project. That's more my style, I think. I don't even think I'd move house. Like, I don't really know what I'd do if I had a slightly bigger box to live in. I don't think it'd really change things for me that much. Hey Zepti, hope I'm saying that right. How you doing? We were thinking of doing that. I was talking to Jalise in the last stream. About a year or so ago I did a tour of Australia in the A320. Started in... where did we start? What's it called? Brisbane? I think we went Brisbane, Sydney, Sydney, Melbourne, Melbourne, Adelaide, Adelaide to... where did we go? It's Alice Springs? Then Alice Springs to... Darwin, then Darwin to Broome, then Broome to Perth, I think. I don't know, I can't remember, it's a long time ago. But we can maybe recreate that with, sort of redo it in the 737 this time, that could be cool. How are you doing flight sim on Roblox? Cool. What sort of time are they online, Ben? Because obviously I'm in a totally different time zone, aren't I? That was a lot of high-level cloud. Well, I can't promise it will be the next stream, Ben, but that's certainly one we can do on a stream in the future. How you doing, Adam? Welcome, welcome. Cheers, Ben. See you on the next one. Go easy. Oh, yeah, Adam, we just had lunch over here. In-flight service is a bit rubbish today, unfortunately. Alright, so we're about 25 minutes from top of descent. It might not be a bad idea just to start looking at some charts and getting a general sense of what's going on. So here's us. So we're going to head on down to Kia. Let's open up the approach chart. Okay, so what's that? 4,000, 3,200. And set the ILS. So let's just see if that lines up with what this is saying. 4,000, yeah, that's right. 3,200. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. Actually, in terms of waypoints, we're not that far. Really. But in terms of distance, there is quite a bit to cover. What is the weather doing? That's the other thing. Let's go into airports, LGAV. Weather. 080 at 10 knots. Okay, so nothing too crazy. We're coming in on runway 03, so that's a 50-degree delta. 1018. Few clouds at 3,000 feet. 21 degrees. Jack, I think they get a choice, and they always have. So the first officer and the captain will always have different meals, just in case like the fish is bad, and they both have the fish, and then yeah. So like one will have chicken, one will have fish, or you know, whatever the choices are. Oh, quality-wise, I don't know, Jack. I mean, I can't imagine they get anything that's hugely different from what the passengers would have. More VATSIM, Rob, would probably be my gut feeling answer. So more VATSIM videos where I kind of where I do the flights off stream, chop them up into videos, and then you can all follow along my mishaps with VATSIM. And then over time, we'll integrate it into the streams, but I'm not good enough at VATSIM yet, I don't think, to do VATSIM and run the stream. The only way I could do it, I suppose, is if I just completely ignore chat and focus on VATSIM when the time calls for it. But I hate kind of having a chat that's like scrolling past me and I'm ignoring it all. I don't like that. Hey, Captain Medi's in. How you doing? Cheers, Zepti. I hope I'm saying that right again. Got a funny feeling I'm not. I don't know what the deal is, Jack, on being able to take your own food. Like, imagine if a pilot wanted to take a lunchbox. I don't know what the rules would be on that. I would imagine probably not. Based on, like, the countries you're flying in and out of. Their rules and things. Especially now, like, if you're coming from the UK and Brexit and the whole rules and what food you can take across borders. Security. I guess you have to have your lunchbox scanned. I don't know. I don't know. I suppose we could cheat a little bit, couldn't we? Because the lowest altitude we're going to be at is 3,200 feet before the runway. So we could be really lazy and just put 3,200 feet in here right now. And as long as VNAV remains enabled, which it is, the plane will use that as a floor. So it will not go any lower than 3,200. And it will not start descending us to 3,200 until it believes the time is right. And it will also ensure that we're hitting all of these intermediate sort of altitudes at various waypoints. So we need to be at 5,000 for Kia. But obviously it will aim to be at 25,400 at Zorki, because that's what it believes is reasonable in order to hit that 5,000. Then it will work its way down to 4,000, or above 4,000, because you've got the A above it at the end. Then it will be at 3,200, ready for us to intercept the ILS. Yeah, same thought across my mind, Jack. Generally, the worse I do on VATSIM, I think the more interesting the video. If I just like nail it, just be like, oh, that wasn't too much fun. Yeah, that's it, Mehdi. If I was on VATSIM, that would be a big mistake to do what I've just done, because if I just start or if the plane just starts descending at the point at which it believes it is right to initiate the descent, you can imagine the controllers be, what are you doing? We didn't tell you to do that. Then they might have their own plan. So, for example, when I was coming into Gatwick, it's a bit of a like a chicane that you take to get into Gatwick on one of the approaches I was on, and I was issued a shortcut, which meant you then have to kind of come out of your VNAV, go into like vertical speed per minute, and sort of wind this up and down to get yourself to the right place at the right time. I suppose you could use VNAV if you reconfigure your systems in here. Tell it you need to be at a certain altitude by a certain waypoint, and VNAV should then accommodate that. But yeah, VNAV's lovely when you're just flying offline. Like, it does it all itself. Very high cloud today. No sign of those clouds breaking, is there? Which is a shame because we're over quite a pretty part of the world. But I'll be honest, I'm toying with the idea of getting a headset with a microphone built in. I know it will reduce the quality of the mic, but I don't know, I do find it a bit annoying having to lean forward into the mic all the time to talk. And the mic kind of gets in the way, the mic arm. It gets in the way of the yoke and the joysticks and the throttles and stuff. Don't know, I don't know whether it's worth the trade-off. It could be. It's complicated though by the fact that I've got a Go XLR mixer. So there's a headphone jack port on it, and you can just plug any 3.5mm jack plug into it. It gets complicated when you start looking at wireless headphones. Use a Rode Wireless Go. Let's have a look. So what I was looking at is a what is it? A SteelSeries Arctis Pro wireless headset. Obviously most wireless headsets that you get come with like a USB dongle and that just goes in your PC. But this one comes with like a little base station that has the wireless transmitter into it. You then plug it into the wall to give it power, and it also charges your batteries that come with 2 batteries and you can swap them over, which is good. And then it plugs into the Go XLR mixer with a 3.5mm line in. That might be the play, but the mic might be a bit rubbish compared to what we have now. But it would give me freedom of movement. Maybe I just need to get a better boom arm for my mic. That might be the actual better play. Or some way of moving it. Cheers, Adam. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I guess a boom arm would be the cheaper way out relative to a lav mic. Yes, don't know. Don't know. Alright, so we are 80 miles from top of descent. Let's actually bring in the wind. So if we go to descent, forecast, request the winds. Has that done anything? There we go. Wind uplink ready. Load. That's better. So now we've got wind speeds forecasted at our various altitudes on descent, so the plane can factor those in as we make our way down, which is good. So there's top of descent. We're about 30 something miles away, I would guess. So going to progress, that'll soon tell us. Yeah, 35. And down we shall go. Clouds are breaking up now, so that's good. Okay. Top of descent is any minute. .8 miles. Then we'll start making our way down. Approximately 30 minutes to landing. Despite the data at the top of the screen saying only 11. But that's because it's dividing our distance by our current speed, which of course isn't going to be the case once we get into top of descent. There it goes. See engine spooling back. Look at those views, how amazing. Just trying to get a sense of where the airport is relative to our position. So we're up here. Okay. So actually the airport is going to be sort of down there. Is that it down there? Yeah, that's it. There's us. So we're heading out to that island, wrapping around and coming in. That's our route. Yeah, clouds are gone now, Simon, thankfully. Wasn't much fun looking at those. Much prefer to see something beneath us. Right guys, I'm going to quickly pop into the house before things start getting serious here, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back. Very good. What is our transition? Flights. Have I got the wrong chart? I think I might have. Altitude 9,000, there we go. That's the one. I'm still at 1018. Good. Thanks, Simon. Yeah, I was going a bit blind there for a minute. So I've turned my turbulence settings down to low because I don't know if I forget if you were there or remember when we went into Munich last week in the A320. I was commenting on just how bumpy it was. Turns out I had all of my assistance settings reset themselves. So when I came into the sim, I was getting loads of like pop-ups and like tooltips and like, you know, all the stuff you do when the sim loads up by default for the first time, which obviously we don't want. I don't know how it did that, but it nevertheless it did it. So I turned all the things to off, and then I foolishly just put the turbulence to realistic, because I thought, well, obviously we want realistic turbulence, why wouldn't we want realistic turbulence? Then reading the knowledge base on the Phoenix website, they're saying that actually you should really be setting it to low, because when they were in development of the Phoenix A320, they thought they had a bug in their flight model because the plane was just behaving in such an erratic way. It turns out it was absolutely perfect. It's just the realistic turbulence is not right. But setting it to low apparently is okay. Was it 1008? Oh, 1018. Yeah, that's right, Simon. In fact, just seeing your message prompted me to change that then. So there's us. That's where we're headed. Still very high at the moment, but we've got a bit of a loop to do. So this is our runway 03 right. I imagine we'll probably vacate somewhere around here, and then we'll taxi back to, I think, here. Yeah, I think that's where we're going to be going. There's an easy way to find out. Let's get rid of that. Oops. Yeah, that's the one, the main terminal there. So yeah, vacate probably Delta 7, Delta 8, then on to... well, no, it would be Delta 9 if we miss 7. I guess we go on to Charlie. Would it be Charlie or Delta? can maybe get onto Echo and pick us a gate. Yeah, just about there. So we've got quite a long way to go yet. That's interesting. So the plane thinks we're transitioning back at 18,000, but of course we're not. It's 9,000. It does it? Even in the US? Oh wait, yeah, you're right. It's 18 in the US and it's different values elsewhere, isn't it? Which I guess is why it would default to 18. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Ignore me. And around we go. Yeah, in the UK it's normally like 6,000, I think. Do you find the autopilot on the Boeing is a little bit, you see the wing is sort of going down and up, then down and up, then down and up. It's a little bit kind of twitchy. Looks like it could do with just smoothing out that curve a little bit. Right. So, coming into land, at what point would we put on continuous on the engines? No, I've noticed it a lot of times, Simon. It seems like if you're doing like a big long bank of a curve, you quite often see like the wing, it will sort of go down then up, then down then up, almost like it can't decide how much it should be turning. Okay, let's get some lights on. Don't know, it could be the wind, I suppose. Let's use this time to get the ILS frequency in as well. That'd be a sensible thing to do. "1111". I'm reading that right, aren't I? Very good, and for landing, let's do flaps 30. And then let's go into standard pressure. Do auto brake 2. So getting the plane to use the wind forecast was definitely worth it, I think. It's been bang on the whole way down. Sometimes it slips a little bit and you need to help it out with some drag, but given that it knows what the winds were going to be at all the various altitudes, it's really helped it out a lot. Do a quick check-in on the frames. Holding steady. I'm sure it's a new sim update, you know. It seems way steadier ever since that's come out. Yeah, EFB will be cool. I hope that you can do that thing where, like in the Phoenix, where you can access it from another browser so you can get it on an actual tablet. That'd be awesome if they do that. I really hope they do. Let's watch the wing, see if it sort of dips down and up and down and up. Yeah, I think you're right. I've definitely noticed that too. Well, much like with that performance comparison video we did. I know that was a worst case scenario at JFK and all of that, but yeah, it was undoubtedly more stable on Sim Update 13. Speed brake armed. I haven't had a crash to desktop in ages on the sim. Ages and ages and ages. Probably like over a year ago. Maybe I've just got lucky, I don't know. I'm just nibbling that speed down. We're trying to get to 204. Let's get the cam on. It's nearly time. Ah, just in time. Yeah, so sensitivities on the Phoenix were... Use a bit of speed brakes to help us out here, because I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, let's get gear down. There's our runway. Feels like we're a little bit to one side of it actually, but... Alright, engine's into continuous, lights are on, gear is down, flaps 30. Okay, my throttles.
1,000. Traffic. Traffic.
I know that's a lie.
Fifty. 30. 20. 10.
A little bit off centre there. But nice and smooth. ...140 feet per minute, I'll take that. Not bad, a little bit off centre. That's the only thing I'm slightly kicking myself over. Okay, let's just take a minute and tidy up. Lights off. Let's get the APU on. Flaps down, or rather speed brakes down, flaps up. There we go. Alright, let's make our way down, shall we? What was my highest touchdown rate? Oh, blimey. I think I've had like nearly 600 before, but... which is fine. Apparently nothing gets broken under 600, but... you wouldn't want to be on a passenger on that. 4 to 6 isn't good. 2 to 4 is okay. Obviously 4 is the higher end of being okay, borderline bad. Yeah, I'll take 140. That's pretty good. Just too bad I wasn't on centre. I was a little bit off centre. Michael, no, sorry, this wasn't a VAT sim. No VAT sim today. Just kicking myself ever so slightly. I was a bit off centre. It was a bit annoying that, but never mind. In general, it's weird. Generally, I find it quite easy to stay on centre. It's just, for whatever reason, I got caught out there. Yeah, as for VATSIM, I think our next outing on VATSIM will be potentially next week, where I'll make the video. And then obviously edit it up and get it up on the channel. It'd be nice to start doing some flights on stream eventually. I've got to be honest, I thought the localizer was a bit out. So it kept telling me to go to the left. I was like, I'm sure it's too far to the left, but clearly it was right. I was going to say, Simon, that's kind of the one thing that makes me want to do it, because like we can sort of do fly-alongs and stuff. Potentially use something like Volanta to meet up and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. So I disconnected the autopilot while on short final. You can have it all armed, like if you're taxiing out. You can sort of arm LNAV, arm VNAV, arm your auto throttle, such that when you need them, they are available immediately. Right. Where is the little line to follow? Struggling to see it. Have to do it by eye, shall we? It appears there are no lines. Yeah, it seems a shame that you have to pay for payware scenery to get that stuff. That should be like table stakes, really. There, parking brake on. Let's take power from the APU. And I think should be able to turn the plane off. Now is GSX going to play ball?
The boarding requested.
Here it comes. Are we going to get people walking through the air, as we sometimes do? What planes do you think we'll have in the future? As in the sim, or in real life? In real life I haven't got a clue, but in the sim my plan is to get the 777, the A330 from Aerosoft. And obviously once they've made the 777 at PMDG and that's all come through, all the different variants, and the 747 comes out, I'll get that. A380 from Fly-by-Wire. There's also a 767, isn't there, from, is it Bluebird? And a 757, I think. Yeah, I can definitely feel myself leaning into the Boeings more than the Airbus at the moment, but that could be a temporary thing, of course. Anyway, welcome to Athens. Thank you all so much for coming along. It's been a lovely stream. I've very much enjoyed it. Oh, I've only just noticed that, Simon. Oh, classic. Yeah, once again. I mean, it gives us a laugh, if nothing else, doesn't it? So it's kind of worth the money on that basis alone. It gives us a giggle. It's always important to keep laughing, regardless of what's happening. Oh yeah, there go the people. That you can see them. Wait for it. There'll be another one in a minute. Wait for it. Wait for it. Go on. Go on. There you go. Love it. Yeah, actually I was quite impressed that it did align with the plane. Normally it doesn't. I'd like to know how I can stop the stairs coming on the back, because I kind of feel like you've got jet where you don't get stairs. But I don't know how to stop it from doing that. But that's another problem for another day. I'm going to have to leave it there, folks. Real life is about to kick in for me, so yeah, I just want to say thank you ever so much for coming along today. It's been a lovely stream, a lovely flight. I feel like we should do maybe more of the longer streams, the longer flights. I mean, this is on the longer side of what we can do. I mean, if I'd done another hour's worth of flying, we'd be really, really, really pushing it. So I don't think we can go much further than 3.5 hours, really, per leg. I'm tempted to fly it back tomorrow, for tomorrow's stream, same time, same place. Maybe do the return leg. I kind of like the idea of that, which I think PMDG was doing something about that, weren't they? Was it called GFO? So if you imagine you have like one instance of a 737, and that 737 is wherever you left it last. You can't just spawn into anywhere. It's like, where is your 737? Well, right now it's in Athens, so you have to start there. I kind of like that. I think that's really cool. Something nice about that. Then you can sort of build up a fleet of planes. They can be in different places, and then when you start thinking about a virtual airline, people can volunteer to take them from one place to another. I don't know. Could be cool. Could be something there. Anyway, I'm going to stop waffling, I should say. And hopefully see you all tomorrow. And have a great rest of your day. And thank you once again for joining me. Take it easy. Cheers.